Okay, there I am. Hey, what's going on? Um, I don't know if it's just too bright or not. Oh, let me check something here. Make sure my chair is up. My chair is broken because I'm too fat. Fat, so fatty, fat. Okay, let's see here. Let's see now. It doesn't look too bad, I guess. Nope. We want it this way. This way. All right. That ways. That ways. That ways. That works. Okay. Okay. Uh, Here, let me pull up Redot. Redot. Let's pull up that sucker. And then also let's shrink this down. Here. Do that. And do that. Okay. And what else do I need? I just guess I just need, well, here, let me open, hold on a second, let me open a browser, new window. Let's shrink it down. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stuck in my head. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to grok just right away. I guess maybe I might as well, I guess. Okay. And let me pull this up. Okay, and let me go ahead and switch to desktop. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Um, Splinter and taught them to be ninja teens. He's a radical rat. Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. Back, Jack. Raphael's cool but rude. Give me a break. Michelangelo is a party dude. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, sorry. Enough of that. Sorry. I have it stuck in my head because I don't know. My dad plays music all the time on YouTube in our living room, and yesterday he saw that somebody did like a cover or something of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles song from the cartoon. So now I have that stuck in my head. When evil Shredder attacks, these turtle boys don't cut me no slack. Okay, so yesterday, what did we do yesterday? Yesterday actually, other than the story part, I actually got this working. So now I think it's switch room. I'm gonna change that probably to something even simpler than that. I think this is what Grok wrote or whatever. It's like I was trying to get done real quick, and I would have done more of this kind of myself. I asked it to tell me how to get the input from it, and then it wrote some code, and so I just went ahead and copied it. Switch room. 002 convert. Boom. Yeah, actually, what I was planning on doing was okay, so I have to be really specific. I was planning on making it so that um it would compare via it would compare it by first letters in the room name, in the room ID, and but this works, so I'll use it for a while, and then when I need to, if it starts bugging me, I want to make it quicker, I'll go ahead and add the extra functionality. I just need a quick functionality just so I can, when I want to test this out, I can do it. So, okay, so I haven't actually changed anything just yet, right? So we're actually on this. He spots John, pulls up info about him, and sees him enter a convenience store to grab a Benny Wonky bar. Hubert puts a silver ticket into a magic mailbox on his desk, which magically appears inside the wrapper. Okay. So I did the scheduling thing with Restream, and supposedly it'll just do it. But um, Restream did not do anything. Like, it didn't turn on the streaming thing of OBS or anything like that. It's supposed to. It's supposed to. The default card is supposed to connect, and it's supposed to do it automatically. Is the impression that I got from when I searched on the web. But apparently, it doesn't do that. Now, on YouTube, it did say scheduled or upcoming, so it already put that in there. In Rumble, it did not do scheduling at all. In fact, I don't even know if the Rumble thing doesn't seem to work 100%, right? Like, if I go to channels over here, I don't know if you can really tell this in here, but under the YouTube deal, it says streaming in these little green letters here, and then under the Rumble one, it says sending data. So it still thinks it's sending data for some reason. So here, let's put it back to chat. Um, so but it still works. I mean, if you go over to Rumble, the Rumble link, it'll it's playing fine. I need to find a way of getting better at my streams because I don't think that many people are looking at my streams. Oh, another interesting thing that I learned, and I didn't do any like research or anything because I still don't really know how to do the research about making my videos like work better or anything like that. In fact, here, let's do something here. Let's go to YouTube on this page, not on the other page. Here, we'll open this in a new tab here on the other window. And let's go how to get more subscribers on YouTube. 3 live channel reviews. That'd be nice, maybe, but I'm streaming right now, so there won't be. I can't get on there right now. I mean, technically I could, I guess, but anyways, uh, your videos. Okay, let's go to your videos. Now, it's not like I did some sort of like major research or anything because I don't know squat about how to make my thumbnails and titles do really well. I I'm guessing that my dream game, putting dream game in there doesn't mean a thing really, and my titles aren't doing much. In fact, they don't really describe anything. The titles don't actually describe anything that's in the game other than, or in the video, other than telling you that it's an update. So, and I guess if people were following, and you can see there's a few views here. There's 9, 7, 14. Okay, so the one thing that I noticed here, I don't know if you could notice it if you looked down here. Like, this is 9, this is 7, this is 14, this is 25, this is 4, 4, 7. This one is 20, right? This one is 6, this one is 3, this one is 39, which I have no clue why that's 39. But there's that. This one's 20. This one's 39. These older ones, and I don't think they're growing over time. I think they're just. I think people think that they're probably better. I think my editing skills got kind of worse in a sense. I mean, they didn't, but they did kind of. Whereas before, I was working really hard to try to cram everything from a 3 to 4 hour stream into like less than 10 minutes. Um, I think it kind of shows up in people watching these is what I think. But the one thing that I don't know if you notice here is, I mean, other than this, which is wow, 73. Ooh, this one's got 99. Update 1 and 2 don't, and then of course my intro does have a lot, but the rest of these. Okay, so the ones that seem to get the most views on here, just from a glance here, is the ones that are lit, are like white or light or bright. I guess because they can see what's on it. Now the only thing is you'll have something like let's see, like this. This one got 20 views, and it's nothing but like white text. But this is nothing but black text, and it hardly gets any. So I'm getting the impression that, and I also thought that the reason I got 25 on this one was because I'm smiling. That I don't, I let it auto pick the thumbnails basically. So I might start paying more attention to the thumbnails. Maybe I'll start creating thumbnails for these. All this takes time, and I don't really have the time. I really don't. I mean, I got the whole day, but I don't really have the time. If that makes any sense. Okay, so now I'm kind of a lazy guy. I guess you could call me lazy. Sometimes I go like I'm lazy, and then other times I'm like I'm not really lazy. It's just I don't know how to say it. You think somebody's lazy on purpose, and I don't know. A lot of the times I get up and it takes me like 2 hours to like fully wake up, and so I'm playing a game on my phone just starting the day, or I'll go in there and I'll fall asleep in the chair or something. And I mean, other than that, when I'm actually doing stuff, I'm supposed to be doing stuff. Uh, what I have to do is I have to do cleaning, I have to do lawn work, I have to cook mostly, and then I get these 3 to 4 hours uh, of working on the stuff, and then afterwards in the afternoon, um, I'm usually cooking dinner, and then we watch TV for the rest of the night. More or less, right? So, in a sense, if I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing in any given day, which I'll admit I don't do all the time. Like I said, I'm lazy a lot of the times. Sometimes I postpone stuff. Sometimes I just don't feel like doing stuff. So I don't know. I'm kind of lazy. I'm trying not to be lazy, but when I'm not lazy, my time all my time's up. So spending extra time trying to do thumbnails or even like stuff like editing and stuff, you know. And then of course you have bedtime, right? So what I'm supposed to be going to bed at around 10:30. The whole 8 hours, right? 7.5 hours of sleep, and it usually takes me half an hour to get to sleep. So that's a whole like 8 hours, right? 10:30. Um, so if I'm going to bed at 10:30, I'm when Dad goes to bed, I'm usually finishing up the kitchen. If I'm if I'm extra, if I work a little bit harder, I can usually get the kitchen done before bedtime. But then so then I would take a shower at night, and then I'd have a little bit of time. Like hardly have any time before um before I had to go to bed if I went straight to bed at 10:30 every night like I'm supposed to. And this is even when Dad goes to bed early, so it's like it has nothing to do with him or anything like that. It's just the fact that there isn't much time at night, because you have stuff to do before you go to bed, and then if you go to bed early. So if I do like okay, so I have the thing that I should be doing, then I have the thing that I normally would do, and that which is go to bed at midnight, right? But then I have the thing that I usually do, which is go to bed later when I'm, you know, sometimes I don't get done with everything, including my shower and everything, and it's already almost time to go to bed, and then if I want to like watch some YouTube videos, and usually they're about programming or drawing or something to do with my game stuff. So I'll get to bed late, and then I'll wake up early. I wake up at 6:30 every morning, and then if I go to bed too late, I'm super tired. That's where you see me falling asleep on the stupid stream. It's because of that junk. So I don't have a bunch of time to go in and do thumbnails and redo my titles and do this, that, and the other thing. At some point, I need to learn drawing. And that's not to say I don't know drawing. When I was a kid, I used to draw cartoon characters all the time. I went through some books, art class in high school, that sort of thing. Nothing formal, and then for years at a time, I've been going without drawing. So, in a sense, I'm like a beginner for drawing, sort of like a beginner. I don't know if there's a point between like a beginner and but not intermediate. It's like after beginner, so I kind of know some fundamentals. I know a little bit about perspective, a little bit shapes and forms, and kind of general stuff. And I'm not horrible if I go to copy like a photo or something. I'm not horrible at doing that. I'm not a great drawer by any stretch, and so I have to learn that stuff, right? Especially for this game later on when I get to the graphics part. So, but I don't really have any time to learn drawing. I've got all these like courses and stuff. I got drawing books and all kinds of stuff. There's a guy named Jason Brubaker who's on he's on YouTube, but he makes comic books or comics, and he came out with this drawing system for drawing anatomy that relies on you first you copy something and then you cover it up and then you try to recreate it from memory and then you recopy it. You get to look at it again and then you redo it. And supposedly it does this kind of weird like reinforcement learning thing. It's a technique that he kind of devised. I guess based on some other techniques and things, but that it's supposed to help you to get better at drawing faster. And he sells I think he still sells it. One for male anatomy and female anatomy, and I actually got both of those. So like at some point I was thinking I was gonna be able to go through it. Well, you know, what time am I going to go through it? Am I going to go through it on a stream? Well, I actually kind of tried something similar, um, 5 or 6 years ago, right? 2019, you see all those videos. Some of them are tutorials, but some of them are just me sketching and drawing and stuff. And those get kind of boring real quick. And nobody's going to watch me. Well, it's not entirely true. I've seen live streams where people are sketching, right? But usually these are like pretty good, well-known artists, and um, so they like watching them work. And so if they put up a stream, people will usually generally watch it. People aren't going to watch me trying to go through tutorial and learn how to draw. I just, at least I don't think they would. But in any case, if I did that too, you wouldn't be seeing any progress from the game. Or at least, if I did a split where I split up the live stream, which I'm still thinking about doing, but I haven't got there yet, to the point of where I will be doing that. But a portion would be for art, right? And So if I only did a portion of that, the art, the drawing stuff, then then perhaps it wouldn't be that boring to actually put it on the stream. But of course, the big deal about the live streams and even my updates is that it shows progress, right? I mean, that's the whole important thing. I made 600 something videos like previously. They were boring as heck. I get that. There were some were tutorials, some were me sketching, some of them were some programming stuff or whatever. And but they were boring, and 600 of them. It was a lot of them, and I didn't get hardly any views or nothing on those. And that kind of goes to show you that you can't just put up crap. That they always act like, well, if you just do the quantity up front, if you do like 90 in 3 months or something, if you do one video a day or some insane amount of videos to start with, then you'll reach like kind of a critical mass and you'll get all the watch time and people start subscribing. But that really doesn't happen. I am proof of that. My 600 something videos are proof that that didn't happen. I have approximately what was it, 100 and um, I forget exactly. Oh, it should be right in here, shouldn't it? Let's go to the dashboard. Um, I have 179 subscribers, right? 9 in the last 28 days. That's pretty good. No problem there. But um, 90 watch hours. See, look at that. 90 watch hours. And, okay, that's in the last 28 days, I guess. So I guess 90 for a month is not too horrible, I guess. Um, but if you're thinking, 4,000 watch hours, now I think they brought the number down a little bit that you can get monetized. I will never get monetized on here. I'm not thinking that I would either, so it's not what I'm trying to do anyways. But anyways, these 179 subscribers uh, are let's go to channel analytics. Um, a majority of them were there before from 2019 and back. And then I don't know, 50 to 75 subscribers here are since it'd be a lot less. I think it's a lot less actually. Let's see something here. Subscribers. Let's see more. Let me see something here. Um, where is subscription site source? Here, we'll say 2025. Actually, I can go. Well, no, 2025. 2025. Okay. Um, I want to know subscription status. Not subscribe, subscribe. Okay, that's. I don't care about that. Um, what does that mean? For oh, those reviews though. That's average view durations 5 minutes. That's actually not really what I'm looking for, anyways. Uh, I'm looking for how many subscribers I have. What's there? Oh, this is not going to show me anything though. It's not going to show me what I want to see. 40 subscribers total. Since when? Does that mean 40 subscribers this year, right? This year, 2025. Change in total subscribers found by subtracting subscribers lost from subscribers gained for the selected date, region, and region. Yeah, I don't even care about lost and gained or whatever. For subscribers, okay, that's from 2025. Let's go to 2024. How many subscribers would I have then? 12. Okay, so 52. I was about right. 52 subscribers are from just when I started streaming here. See, notice that here in December is when I started doing the thing lately. So subscribers here. Okay, 52, 179, which is see 177, 127. So 127 of those subscribers were from 2019 back to 2007, I think, when I started on YouTube, or since I had a channel on YouTube. So it's like um, actually, what's lifetime here? Let me see if it shows if it shows anything here. Subscribers 179. Okay. So April 9th, 2007 is when I started. So I started in 2007 that I had this account, right? I got my first subscribers, it looks like, in 2010. So ever since 2010, I've got 127 subscribers, approximately. So 2010 to 2025, that's 15 years. 15 years. And of course, all of my subscribers, a good chunk, right? The 52 are just since I started. Okay, last 7 days. Just since I started streaming. Oh, what is that? Oh, that leads me to here. Okay. Anyways, since I started streaming this, the game, the current game here. So I don't even know why I went on with this tangent. You know how I get sometimes. Assuming anybody's in here or anybody watches the first half, which maybe nobody does, which is fine. Anyways, so just to say that I don't get many subscribers at all, and I haven't, and the most that I've gotten have been this past. So I've gotten about approximately 52 subscribers since I started this in since Thanksgiving of 2024. That being said, that's really good. But the reason that I got all that is because I'm doing it every day, so I'm consistent. So I mean that's pretty good that I'm consistent enough that I do that. But B, because I keep posting the links to Discord, to X, just in 3 communities, but to X anyways, and to a couple of other like miscellaneous places, IRC for instance. So those are just because I'm being aggressive. It isn't because I'm naturally like drawing people to my stream. So it's like I don't have enough time to go and like improve my stream and whatever. Anyways, what I was getting at was that if I start drawing, if I spend like a whole live stream drawing, and I'm not that great at drawing, that's not going to bring people in here. Although the one thing is the personality thing, right? If you like my personality, then you might come into live stream even if I'm drawing, and it might work if I'm constantly talking like I am now, right? I don't have a problem talking. I don't have a problem coming up with stuff. I don't have to come up with stuff to talk about. But so that's why I was saying I'm not going to go through tutorials. I'm not going to show practice or nothing. I'm just going to show whatever is actually actively working on the game and is making progress. Except for when I spend half an hour just talking BS, about my streams and stuff, Anywho, so I don't have that much time to do this extra stuff. I can either do this or I can not do it at all, right? If I spend the time doing the other stuff, then I do the other stuff, and I'm not doing this, and nobody ever see it and whatever. I'm still doing this so that maybe eventually, possibly, someone might be nice enough to support me, to support, let's say, my internet. I watch a lot of these videos as YouTube. How to make a bunch of guys talking about how they made their first $1,000,000 when they're 20 years old or some crap. And there's tons and tons of these, right? And tons tell you how to make money, how to do really great on YouTube, pull subscriber in, elevate your videos, blah 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 blah. And what what was the reason I was saying that? See, I always do that too. I always get distracted, and then I it's like ADHD or whatever, attention deficit, anyways. But just the thing of it is, I don't have enough time to go in there and start optimizing stuff. If I do that, then I I I have less time for other things, and I don't have that much other things that I can um, I can give up or do. So anyway, enough BSing, I guess. Yeah, all I was saying was that the whole reason I started the YouTube channel and stuff, and the reason I'm doing this game, well, the game is something that I feel like I need to make. Like, I need to go through it. I need to finish it. Uh, I need to work on it. Right? It's just something that's been in my head since 2005, and I've had these ideas on paper, and I've been screwing around with it, noodling around with it, and I have to make it. So I'm going to make it. And then when I looked at how hard it is to get an independent game seen, at much less paid for, you know, I don't think a lot of indies are making really good. There's some that are making really really good money, but a lot of people are just struggling, or they're just barely. Maybe they made some profit, right? But it's not enough profit to like quit their job. And I know some people, they quit their job and say, "Well, now that I got this, I have to make it work," kind of thing, and that's fine, I guess. And maybe some of those people, maybe they're super successful. I don't know, but I do know that it's extremely competitive, and I'm kind of going. How can I compete with that? I'd have to learn. I have to learn anyways, but you have to learn marketing and business and this, that, and the other thing. And so what I was going is the ones that I watch, and I'm not talking about game devs. I'm just talking about the people that I watch on YouTube. They're making, even though they act like they don't make a bunch of money, they make a bunch of money, and they're just doing stuff like going to theme parks, or go visiting movie locations, or sometimes they're just they're doing the art, or they're doing whatever, and they're making a good amount of money, good living. I don't mean Mr. Beast style money. I just mean they're doing extremely well on their channel, and I'm kind of going, well, maybe I should go with that route instead of trying to make a game that sells well. You know, there's a thing here. Adventure games, now. Adventure games are kind of it's kind of a what am I trying to say? There's a market there, and there is a good, and it's still a niche market, but it's a market nonetheless. In other words, they do make money. They do make them. The budgets and the time it takes aren't so drastic. And yeah, I realized that they were starting to get big, and expensive and stuff towards the end of towards the mid '90s, towards the end of their life cycle. But since these indies started picking up, and because we have so much more resources and ease of getting into stuff, that you don't need $1 billion budgets and you don't need 200 or 300 people just to. Not that they were doing that anyways with adventure games. They certainly do that with like shooters and whatever modern 3D games. But so there are people making money with adventure games, but it is extremely niche, and the competition's fairly high, and um, so I'm not that likely. Even if I make a really good game, even for really good ones, you're not likely to make a ton of money. Sure, you may make enough to justify actually, putting in the time and effort in the first place. You might make a little bit of a profit, which is a little profit, not necessarily enough to live on, but I was noticing the ones that were making the money were the YouTube channels, and not so much streaming. Originally, I wasn't going to stream. Originally, I was just going to record my development, and then I was going to edit them into update videos, kind of like I'm sort of doing that right now with the update videos of the streams, basically. But but I was going, what if I start making this thing and people just like watching it being made, and I get enough people that they actually want to, give me money. It's just kind of weird to say, but most of these people do this, and these ones, the Patreons. Now, arguably, most of these guys have a real talent. You have some artists that are really, really good. You have someone that really teaches stuff really well. Um, and so these guys, a lot of these guys are successful because they actually have real skill. I, I don't have that much of a skill, to be honest. I'm not a very good programmer. I can do it. I don't like doing it very much. I'm doing it here because the only one that can do it is me. I mean, other than the AI, but what all I mean is just I can't hire somebody because I don't have money to hire somebody. So I have to do everything myself until it gets to a point of where people are looking at it and going, "Wow, that could really be something." If you can put a few bucks in it, and at that point, maybe I can finagle a deal with somebody. Like some artist. Maybe some artist wants some portfolio work or something, and is happy to do stuff for free, as long as they can use it for their portfolio. And maybe I see them and I go, oh, well, I'm ready for graphics, and your graphics are pretty good. I might even go and seek beginner artists, not beginner in the sense of they don't know how to do it, but beginner as in they haven't done many jobs, art related jobs or something. So maybe I'll find somebody that will do it on the cheap, that are really good, but do it on the cheap. You have to get I'd have to find somebody that's just starting their career, basically, in kind of the early days, um, so that I can make a deal with them, kind of thing. But until then, I won't be able to do that, basically. Um, so I have to do everything myself, right? And so I figured, well, why can't I just do that? Why stress out with this marketing thing when this is actually a form of marketing here? But why worry about that? And why worry about trying to get something that sells well instead of doing something that I want to do? And then if enough people like what I do, then maybe they'll contribute. Then maybe they'll want to support me enough to, pitch in a few bucks every month or something, or every once in a while, or whatever. Maybe I could get my internet paid for. I'm still paying stupid like $90 a month for arguably 400 megabits download speed is pretty fast, but I think most internet nowadays is pretty fast. So that's still they still charge you the money. They don't when you get faster instead of saying you could keep your speed, but now we're going to lower the cost of your deal. But if you want to continue paying the money that you're paying, then you can go to the faster speed. But if you want to stay at your current speed, will will shrink down your bill. I mean, that would be great, and they could do it. They could probably even do it now, but um, nobody ever does that. So you're still paying a high price for internet, even if you use it. And we use plenty of internet. I would like a faster upload speed, and as far as I can tell, Spectrum doesn't offer anything with a faster upload speed, unless there's probably some sort of business internet thing that they do that would do that that would up it. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I could go with 200 download and 200 upload. If they did that, uh, then I could stream to multiple things. I could probably use a plugin to stream to multiple places, and I wouldn't have to use something like a restream. Uh, um, just stuff like that. I actually thought of doing, and I'm still kind of thinking about it, doing Twitch. But I would have to drop Rumble because Restream only streams to two things at a time. Otherwise, I need a plugin that allows me to multi-stream, and to do that, I have to have enough bandwidth or enough speed, I should say, to be able to serve both of those streams. I only have 10 upload right now, so splitting it to five, going to two places, or in this case, it would be three places because I keep Rumble and YouTube through Restream, and then I do Twitch on as the other deal. That means I'm down to 5 megabits per per stream, and but then you also need to go a little bit under that just in case for stuff for drop frames, which means I need to bring the resolution, the frame rate down, and so on and so forth. And especially for something like this, higher resolution is kind of better because then you can see like the words and stuff. Otherwise, I have to blow everything up so you can see it real good. And then when you blow everything up, of course, it takes up more screen space, and you can't see anything anyways. So that is to say, maybe I can do this enough and make enough progress that people see the progress and that they like watching it enough that maybe I can get my internet paid for. You know, shoot, you keep on hearing about these YouTubers that are making so many thousands a month, and you know you made this in this days, and they're doing this faceless YouTube channel, and they're doing this, that, and the other thing. I'm kind of like, if that were really true, then you probably wouldn't need people like those. You wouldn't need videos like those because everybody would be doing it. So I'm just like, that's not practical. I'm not saying that some people don't make that. In fact, the streamers, um, the game streamers make good money. I guess not all the time. I mean, there's still a bit of luck there, but they have a better opportunity to actually make good money for people watching their streams, people gaming, especially if you're good at gaming. I'm not any good at any kind of gaming, so watching me probably wouldn't be that interesting anyways. But so who knows, right? I gotta keep trying. I gotta try for a little while longer to see if I can get some traction. By traction, I just mean more viewers, more subscribers, more watchers, whatever. So with that said, I guess I wasted more time than I should have been. Let's get back to. Let's see. Let's go to recent. Okay. Let's get back to this and. Bright screen. Pardon me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yesterday, what I was doing, even though I didn't actually. Oops. Where'd it go? Okay. There we go. Even though I didn't get any actual any of the rooms, any of the choices and stuff done, any of the actual game part done. I was trying to say he could send something through the magic mailbox, and that's quick and easy. But that's not. There's no interesting choices in that, and so I was thinking I could either just let this go and it goes to Cerulia, and Cerulia, it goes to our realm basically, and we pick up with John, and I mean I could just leave this like it is, or we could do a thing where we introduce the hat system and um, establish Hubert's uh, magical problems, and which is that he got 50% of his magic taken away. So I'm kind of going, well, firstly, the mailbox is reliable, and he doesn't have to cast a spell to use it, and so that should be the thing. But if I want to make it a little bit more interesting and more a little bit more interactive, maybe I could do something where he could still come up with a way of using a spell to um oh yeah, to get the ticket to John. And I'm kind of going, um what, why would you, when you have this other way of doing it, why would a player want to explore that other than it just being a weird thing they want to check out? And that's fine, but I need both a motivation for the characters and a motivation for the player. What would cause you to go and choose this alternative method, possibly more difficult method of getting of solving this puzzle or this issue here? Um, what would cause you to want to go do that? And I figured, well, um, in story, you could say that even though it's reliable, it's like old reliable, right? So it usually takes a while to get there. You know how email is instant and snail mail is snail mail. So it'll take you a couple of days. It might take you a week before you get your letter in the mail because it has to physically move. So I'm thinking, okay, so what would be what would sort of offset? What would be the equivalent or the match, or it's like rock paper scissors, right? Uh, um, scissors cut paper, paper covers rock, rock crushes scissors, right? So you have like this kind of trade off that what does what, and so I'm kind of going, well, what kind of risk reward thing are we talking about? Well, in an adventure game, a reward can be being able to explore the next thing, another piece of the story, another more interesting character or whatever. And I'm going. Okay, so in the game, in the story, the advantage of the magic mailbox is it gets there reliably. It just doesn't get there on time, right? It takes a while. Usually it'll take a day and make it sort of like it's not instant. So, what would be the advantage of using a spell? Well, using a spell could be instant, right? And then the same thing with the player. The player plays it and kind of goes, well, why don't I just use the mailbox, and that will just save me from having to go through this other puzzle here, which potentially is not that fun or interesting, anyways. Well, if you make the mailbox be like actual snail mail, like I said, that takes might take a week or a couple of days. Maybe the magic mailbox, maybe that will take a day to actually get to its destination, to get to its um, I don't know what I'm saying, client, customer, whatever, gets to the destination basically. So it takes a while to get there, which means you can do stuff in the meantime. Now, if you chose that, that means you have to wait around for you have to wait for it to get there. So if Hubert sends a sends the tickets via magic mailbox, and they end up with John on the next day, right? And so he has to wait till the next day. That gives John time to walk around the scene, walk around his world or whatever. You can provide context clues. You can provide little story bits of lore or whatever. And so I'm going, but the spell, if you get the spell working, it's instant. Except for there's a problem, right? So the problem is that Hebert or Harold, I might start going back to Harold. Um, he has only half of his magic, and so it manifests itself usually by 50-50. You know, if you're conjuring up two things, you get one thing. If you're conjuring up, if you're teleporting someone some place, maybe it teleports them only halfway. You know, um, that sort of thing, right? So I figured we'll go with that, and I come up with a couple of quote unquote spells, a couple things you could use. Um, so one is just a teleportation. Um, Teleportation, like I said, might only go part way, or the object in question might end up only being half there. Which is what I'm going for. So he tries to teleport the ticket over. Only half the ticket goes over, right? It could have been even done anything. It could have went into halfway through the ether or something. Like it would basically just disappear and it would never rematerialize because it was halfway in there. So it's floating out there somewhere in subspace limbo, whatever you want to call it. And so one of the things it does is it ends up at its destination. However, it's only part of it's there. It could only move part of it, and part of it has the words, magic words on the back that John has to read. So that's part one. Part one is that sends it, and he only gets part of it. Part two is I have another thing that I thought of called uh, clone conjuring, which means that you and I just thought of something that makes it not logical. Not that it needs to be 100% logical because it's fantasy comedy, but okay. So my idea was that you conjure up um, two identical items in whatever place you want it to go to and your current place. So clone conjuring will conjure up, we'll say, two tickets, right? And so one of the tickets would go over to John, and the other one would stay with Hubert. And then I thought, well, maybe the one that ends up over there, maybe it's only partly done. So that means that the silver ticket is not silver anymore, and thus it doesn't have the magical properties. But it's an exact rough duplicate of the actual ticket, and it has the words on it. So John somehow gets the words. He somehow gets the partial ticket, the partial working ticket, because he just needs some quicksilver in order to do it. And then this is how he transports into Enchanted Lands. Yeah, basically how he opens the portal to Enchanted Lands. So so that's just what I decided I was going with. I decided um I was gonna go with, you know what, I'm talking right. I just realized I didn't say I was starting, although he probably already already know already know it if you're watching and or listening. Okay, just a message. Yeah, that's okay. That's weird. Okay. Anyways, let's put that back up. Um, So that's what I decided. I decided that we'd have this thing where, and it's essentially it's a puzzle. So I'm going to implement that via cards also. So magic mailbox. Um, okay, so I do have another thing that I have to think of though. Magic Mailbox would go directly to Cerulia, but it's not going to go directly to Cerulia because it's got to have a time element. Um, which means actually, what does Cerulia say? What does this actually say here? In our realm, also called Cerulia by enchanted lands, John is leaving work and walking down the street. Stops in a store nearby and gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. Looks at the silver ticket, says some words in fine print, and the portal opens. John steps through the portal and closes behind him. Okay, so that being said, this is going to be a whole complete other branch. Okay, so so he so I'll have two things here. I'll have Cerulia, and then I know I have a Cerulia too because that's where Zanzibar starts. But I'll probably do a Cerulia 3 here, where you that's an interesting thought too, and that is your location. So maybe hmm, I'll have to think about it. I might have to rename Cerulia 2 to Cerulia Zanzibar or some such. I have Lapswood Edge and I got this, that, and the other thing. Eh. So all the Cerulia ones, because I got extra Cerulia things in here, might not should be in here. So they might should be separate. So Cerulia 2 um, might should might should be what John is doing rather than see I already have a Cerulia 2, I think. In fact, let's check that right now. Cerulia, there we go. Rooms. We got Cerulia 1 here. And Cerulia 1 is Zanzibar. Now, in order to change that, I'm going to have to I have to open it up, find the parent, go to the parent, and if I want to rename it, then I can rename it something. Hmm. Maybe I can make these Ceruleas this number, and maybe I can make this a different number. Hmm. That's an interesting thought. Think for a moment. I don't know how many. I could leave 1 through 99. I could leave that as a um, I could start Zanzibar as Cerulean 100, and that way I can use as many as I need. I probably won't need more than 100 anyways. It's just gonna be a few anyways, so I could do that. I could just name it. I could name it 100. Okay, let's open this up here. Lapswood is its parent. Hmm. And I can do this before it actually gets to the rest of it. So why don't I go to this? Why don't I call it 100? That. Okay. Everything else is the same. And we're going to go to 008 Lapswood in just a second. Rename 100. And 008 Lapswood. And that. And we're going to say ID door to 100. 100. There we go. And that's fine. And now I can use 1. In fact, I don't even know what would happen if I would have just used it anyways when I added a new card, new room. Okay, so now I can do the next one. Should be Cerulean 1. Although this goes to Dragon Mount. I don't know why I closed that. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Okay, so Cerulean. Cerulean. Oops. This one. Hero Home 5s. Okay. That means Cerulean can go to Cerulean 1, I think. Alright, so they both be Cerulean. So Cerulean, Cerulean 1. Okay. I'm starting to lose coherence now. Alright, so I have to come up with how I want to structure this. Um, Oh yeah, no. I knew it. I get the wind up and I get do some things, and now I am tired. I'm starting to go. Just kind of like yesterday. Okay. Anyways, I still have an hour. Okay, I'm just deciding how I'm gonna go and go to what. Hmm. So we're gonna do a deal where he can see a little bit into the future, and Hubert's gonna go and ask him to show him the same thing for the next, and then the next, so that um, when the snail mail, the magical snail mail, gets there, um, he'll be still be going to the same place. He'll still be going to the same store, and he does this after work every day. So okay. So they're gonna both take you to Cerulia, but somehow the one of them this would be the magic mailbox. So this is what would. Oops, I lost my. It's empty, but I tend to refill my water bottle here every couple of uh, times. But let me think. Game dev, chat DPU, Vertalia. Um, let's think for a second. You know what? Let me go refill my water bottle. It's not an official break here, so I'll hit the BRB scene here, and I'll go ahead and leave I'm leaving the mic audio on, and so and I'm gonna refill my water bottle, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Right. I don't know why it's taking so long for me to figure some of this out. I'm trying to figure out how to manifest this thing. I might just go ahead and take Cerulean. So, okay, so the idea here is John looks at the silver ticket, says some words in fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through. It closes behind him. Um, let's see here. I know I'm just staring at it. It's just I'm finding myself not cognizant today again. I guess I did go to bed a little bit late last night too, probably. That's probably why I gotta stop doing it. Tonight I will go to bed at a reasonable time, but that's tonight. That's not right now. So, anyways, I'm trying to figure out in my head how this should work. Okay? So, you get a choice. Either you get to do the magic mailbox, which someone would do, but you have to wait, or at least the character has to wait a day. You don't necessarily have to wait a day, but the character does. So that means they got some stuff to do. In fact, it's kind of a puzzle. They got a kind of a puzzle they need to work on in order to actually get to the portal. So there are going to be two branches off of here. One is okay, you do that. The other is you decide to do the. I mean, it's all kind of superfluous, anyways. Honestly, because they both amount to the same thing. The idea is that there's an incentive for the pro for using the mailboxes that's reliable. You know, it's going to get where it needs to get to, and even if it takes a little while. The advantage to using the spell is that it can happen instantly. Now, this is a story-based game. In fact, the Choose Your Own Adventure, which is basically just an interactive novel or interactive fiction text, right? And in essence, you're kind of doing the same thing. So I was trying to think of a way that would make the I wanted a way that would make the player want to choose one or the other. And you know, there's nothing that I can do that I can wait. I mean, I can put a timer in, but that kind of breaks things because it will be just a timer for this. It's not a timer for the game. So so on the one hand, you want to indicate a passage of time, like it's taken a while, and on the other hand, you how do I say it? Anyways, it's gonna be to the player. It's gonna be the same amount of effort, right? Because you'll have stuff to do before he can go to Enchanted Lands. In this, he can go to Enchanted Lands instantly, but he still has stuff to do, separate stuff to do, because this is kind of like a puzzle. Well, actually, you know what I could do is I could still keep the choices in, but leave any of the extra work out, which means they go to different pages, but they all go to the same page that does the same thing. You say, okay, would you like to do this or would you like to do that? In fact, I could put an extra page to show passage of time. I don't know. It's kind of superfluous, right? And the whole idea here is, though, this is not the finished game, so it doesn't kind of matter. Like I said, I'm not going to put dead ends. I'm not going to do multiple endings. It's just going to go, but it's going to go forward. And so, I mean, I could do this, and I don't know. It seems extra to me. Because what are you going to do? Okay, so you choose the mailbox, and so then it says, you know, turn to page whatever, go to this option. You know, in order to, um, yeah, in a way, to me, in a way, it almost makes sense not to do this at all. You know. So okay, so oh yeah, I was to introduce the hash system though too. So it's going to be kind of a big rigmarole. The instant part is the big rigmarole. The other part is not. So it's almost like you'd be punishing the player for choosing the spell because you have to do so much more steps. He has to decide on which spell to do, right? Ultimately, he's going to do both spells. So I wonder if I should just leave it as is. This is going to be kind of like the whole game here. The the non-game part of it is just all the pages that I've written already. They get from one point to the next point. But some of these pages I'm going to be splitting in order to get more kind of gameplay to it. So how would extra steps feel less like punishment as the one that didn't have as many steps, right? So yeah, I'm not sure here. Maybe that's why I should bring Grok back in. Maybe I should also ask ChatGPT while I'm at it. Um, working on the story again. deciding how to implement the two choices, either magic mailbox or spells. Yeah, you know, it's gonna be, and the spells way is gonna be the more elaborate. So in essence, unless you just want to learn stuff and want to go through it, there's no reason for you, the player, to want to go through it. Use knowledge. Yeah, it's getting a little bit long in this conversation, I think. That's why it's going so slow. Oh, there we go. Um, I realized using the spells involve more work. The more steps to read, and that the magic mailbox which means you might be less likely to go through it. That's not true either. You're not gonna know until you get there what it is. So it might almost seem as though using spells were more punishing. It is more stuff to do. Whereas the mailbox, it just has to show passage of time. So really, the incentive is the mailbox versus the spells. So I don't know how the mailbox would be the thing to do anyways. Even if it's slower, it's still quicker and less to write. Uh, quicker to choose and less to write. Thought, short, concise, need to worry about code or anything like that. Let's see what it says. Yeah, admittedly, this is kind of boring. Huh. You consider the enchanted teleport spell choice, and it feels punishing due to more steps reading retries hat system compared to the magic mailbox, which is simpler and quicker to write despite its narrative delay. The mailbox simplicity is a strong incentive, making the spell's complexity less appealing. To balance, make the spell's path shorter, e.g. one entry minimal text, and highlight a unique reward trinket lore. Frame the mailbox's delay as a drawback. John waits idly. The spell speed and pay out to temp players. Yeah, I guess. Well, okay, so like I could do that. I could do the thing where it says, okay, so Hubert decides to try the spells. He tries to teleport, which only succeeds in teleporting part of a silver ticket to John to the candy bar. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still got. How do I say it? I still have to put in extra steps in there, or I have to make the room text like really long, which is I guess is kind of okay. Um, because these texts aren't really that long to start with. But if I do the spells thing, I have to do multiple spells. It just means I have to put a lot. It's like a chunky room or chunky description instead of being a smaller description. And I'm just introducing the hat system. The hat system isn't even going to be really a thing until I actually get to the actual parser version. The parser version that's not a choose your own adventure, but actually has inventory and actual puzzles. The phase that has the actual puzzles in it. Um, the hat system is going to come into play. This is just going to tell you about the hat system. Okay, maybe I'll try something here. Let's go ahead and add. That's the other thing is where you add it to. Bring this all the way down, all the way. Oop. Oh, okay. Hmm. I'm gonna have to ask about how to reposition the oh, maybe I can do the thing where okay, I'll have it search through all of the rooms, and whatever the lowest Y position is, I'll set the new object or the new room to that um, to below that Y position. That kind of makes sense. I'll have to do that because it'll be kind of a pain in the butt because I'll have to go up to the top every single stupid time. Unless I move it, and I can't move the rooms if it's locked. But I can move rooms. Um, I can move them up depending on where I was in the thing. Let's do something here. And that's going to be 0, 0. Hey, Rook. I'm just realizing this is going to take a pain in the butt. Or it's going to take a pain. It's going to take a pain in the butt. No, that it's going to be a pain to click on the plus sign and then have the room like materialize up above, like up the top or whatever, depending on where you're at. But yeah. Okay, let's okay, so this is how I'm gonna do it. How am I gonna do it? Hebert home 6 and Hebert home 7, all right? Wait. Now I already have 6, don't I? I'll have to kind of watch that too, because it does make these kind of tricky. Why does it have to expand every single thing out here? What happened here? Okay. I see, I see, I see. Location and location. 6 and 7. It's actually kind of weird. What do we have here? 3, 4. Why, like this one be 5, 6, and this one be 7? Why don't I do that? Mm, hmm. 3, 4. It should be 5 and 6. It should be. Okay, let's do something here then. Okay. Here we're on 5. Let's make that 05 like that. Okay, let's go ahead and save room data. Scene, reload, save scene. Let's control this. Reload. Oop. Reload save scene. All right. All right. Okay. It's 5. Okay, let's go to door specs. It says 5. We're just gonna do 05 like this, and this one door specs 05 that, and say room data. Okay, that's all right. All right. So let's take this one and let's rename this 5. There. Make sure we save that. Save room data. Yeah, it does this weird stuff here. 5. Okay. We're gonna rename this 06. That. Let's save room data. Okay. This one. Harry and John. Okay. 1 to pick Harry, 2 to pick John. Respects. This 05. We're gonna make this actually 5 like so. Go S, save. Oh 05, okay. And this one, door specs. This one's going to go to 05, that, and this one is going to go to 6. Oh, 6, like so. I'm going to save it. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay, so this made this kind of goofy a little bit. Which one is this one? Door specs. Okay, this has got to be 05 like that. Save it, save room data, reload save scene. Okay, let's see if I got this right. And I can rename 005 now to 7. But okay, 1, 2, and 3. 2 is John. So 2 is John. John is 05. Okay. Uh 3 and 4. So 3 is Daniel. Okay. And right. Oop. And 4 is Harry. 4 is Harry. Okay. Now Daniel and John. One to pick Daniel. Now this is Daniel. Okay. 2 to pick John. 2 to pick John. Okay. And then we got the same thing here. We got Harry and John. Right? John is 05 and Harry is this one. This one's Harry. Okay. And so then this one, it goes to John, and this one also goes to John. Okay. Now let's go ahead and rename this. Here, let's go ahead and save room data. Control S. Reload, save scene, make sure everything's good. And then we're going to go ahead and rename this to 7. Sure. Make sure it's saved. Save room data. Reload, save scene. That's weird how this, oh, it's because these are the doors. They're right. That's fine. Okay, so, and we're just going to name this 7. Enter. Wherever we see 05, we're gonna call it 7. Enter. 7. Enter. Seven. Enter. I'm restructuring it. I'm renaming stuff so that when I add these other Hubert Home ones, uh, they'll be kind of in order in sort of the way that they're um, the way that they're placed. 7. Save data. Reload save scene. And there we go. That way I can make these 8 and 9 and they kind of make sense. So in this case here, we're going to, these are going to go to Cerulea though. So, let's go ahead and let's go to the door specs, copy. Down here, we are going to go ahead and that door specs paste, enter. And this one, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to paste, enter. Say room data. Reload save scene. Pull that down a little bit. Put this there. Well, actually, we'll go ahead and pull this down quite a bit. That way, we'll have plenty of room here. That's fine. And then this is going to be instead of going to Cerulean, which these are going to. Okay, actually, let's go ahead and rename these. I'm going to go ahead and rename this one 8. So 002 Hubert home 8. Sure. Home 8. Room data. I don't know why it does this. Why it's doing this weird thing here. We're gonna call this 002 Hubert home 9. Enter. Save room data. Reload save scene. Okay. I don't know why it was having a problem before, but that's okay. This is going to go to Hubert home 8. There. And V Hubert case sensitive, of course. And we're gonna make that choice 2. Enter. We're gonna save everything. We're gonna save room data, and we're gonna reload. Save scene. I could find a way of fixing that of in some way. Okay. The mailbox hit hit 1 if you wish to use the magic mailbox. Hit 2 if you wish to use a spell or two to send John his silver ticket. So, save room data. Okay. So now, okay, I have to type that in, but I'm gonna go ahead. That 002. No, switch room. 2 Hubert phone 7. 1 if you wish to use the magic mailbox. And actually, you can go to Cerulean and 0 to put. Okay. All right. So this is the starting of the mailbox thing here. And I have about 10 more minutes till break, till actual break. Okay. So I'm still kind of figuring out how to do this here, but if you use the mailbox, it's supposed to delay, and so I want the kind of interesting though. If I was thinking about this like the full point and click, and let's say everything in here is exactly as it is here, that's in the final one. One of the puzzles would be getting the ticket to John, getting him to be able to open the portal. And the other one would be not a puzzle. It would be the mailbox. Now, the mailbox would actually have a delay. It would require you to wait. It would require John to wait. So, in fact, you'd be able to switch between John. I think, well, it depends on when you introduce the switching, the character switching. Um, so even with the non-magic mailbox, it's not going to require. Oh, how do I say it? I have to do it as separate, like a bunch of separate cards, right? Because what's going to happen is now you can do both spells at once, so that's not a thing that I need to worry about. But how does that work? John's going to have to do something in between, I think. I'm not really sure exactly. I should work on the spell version first, so I can see if I can if there's a way I can make it the shortest I can possibly make it. Because there's going to have to be a kind of a give and take kind of thing here. So basically, um, so okay, so in the full point and click graphical version, you're going to have to pick the spells. That's probably there's going to be a spell book at some point, a thing that saves the spells that you've already learned, or sort of like the what happens in Loom. Um, so you'll have these both of these spells. You'll be able to do them independently because part of the game will be actually manipulating inventory. So you'll be taking the hats and doing the hat magic thing to do the spell, and it will do. Let's see. You'll pick and you'll do each of the spells. How does that work? I don't know if this will even work exactly. Like I'm trying to get it to work. Okay, so you got to get a way of getting the ticket to John, and let's say you have the spell book, you have these spells, and one's of course the spell is the actually there's actually a I think what was it, King's Quest 3, the one with the where you're the boy that's been adopted by the wizard. the evil wizard. I forget what his name is. Mondak, something with starts with an M. I guess I can't remember now. Mordak or something. Um, and one of the things you have to do is you have to gather things for spells. You can gather ingredients. So this would be kind of a similar setup. You have these spells, and you have to grab the right number of hats, and you have to put them on in a certain order to cast the spell. And let's see. So you cast a spell to teleport a ticket. Okay, it only teleports. Clone conjuring, and then you have conjuring. Why don't I just have conjuring? Because you can also have teleportation as well. Okay, consider you can do clone conjuring. You should be able to do regular conjuring as well. So maybe I don't use teleportation. He doesn't teleport a ticket over. Instead, he conjures a ticket. Well, actually, we can do a thing like there's a rule like conjuring over long distances doesn't really work. You conjure something in your own deal, but the deal with clone conjuring is you're conjuring a deal for yourself, but then also at another location simultaneously at another location. And so that's how that magic kind of works as far as any kind of like a logic to it, right? So uh, it's more logical. It's more logical that you can't conjure up something by itself in another location, right? You make something here and then you send it somewhere, right? But the idea that so let's say it's like a computer manufacturing, like 3D printing, right? We'll say a 3D printing of an object. So you can send the object that you 3D printed in the mail to somebody else, or you can um, you can 3D print something for yourself. It doesn't go to anybody else. Or you could, for instance, theoretically, not that there's ever a thing where somebody does this, but theoretically, you could be connected to a friend's computer in another state, for instance, and you both have 3D printers hooked up, and let's say you have a special design, and you want to send it to him, and you want to send it to his 3D printer so that he can see it as well, right? So that's like clone conjuring. So you set the thing up and you get it started to print, and it sends the information to his computer, and so they both print at the same time, right? Or just even a printer, just a regular printer. I remember in school there used to be several printers, right? And more than one occasion I thought that it'd be kind of funny if you sent a message over the network to these other printers to print something at the same time. In fact, what's funny is there's okay. So we had Macintoshes in high school, and specifically Mac Classics, right? Uh, and Macintosh Classic, they had the system sound, which is a duck quacking, annoying quacking duck. And one day, uh, one of the guys snuck into the computer lab early that morning and set all the alarms to this quacking duck sound, so that when it went off, they had all quacked in unison, and they did, and it was pretty funny. that all the computers were cracking. And so I was just thinking of that as kind of the same way. You send a command to print a message to several different printers with the same words, and so not only is it printing on your printer, but it's also printing on everybody else's printer. That's the same thing like clone conjuring. So I couldn't take and I couldn't make. Now, it breaks down when you consider that if you could contact somebody's other computer through the network and cause them their printer to run, then you could just do their printer. So that kind of breaks that down. But you basically you're not making anything. You're not instructing something halfway across the country to do something. You can do that through the internet now, but anyways, just the idea. So that's what clone conjuring. So I could still do a thing where he has to teleport one object, or he can do clone conjuring, which will conjure it and then identical one. Anyways, it looks like I went over a couple of minutes over my break, and I didn't mean to do that because I was explaining because I take too long to explain crap. Anyways, I'll be back in about 30 minutes, so I'll see you on the other side of the break. Okay, what? Oh. Here. And whoop, I'll put a cloth over my webcam now. Even if the light's not on, there's no guarantee that somebody couldn't, turn it back on or whatever. Not that anybody would for me or anything, but you know. Well, actually, the webcam is still technically on too. While I'm even if you're not seeing it on the screen, but that seems to work. It blocks out all the light and everything. So okay, so the reason I'm a little bit late off of my break here is because I watched a short video about the Wilhelm scream. It's that famous scream that's in majority of like Star Wars movies and whatever, based on an old sound of somebody screaming from an old movie from the 50s, and putting the Wilhelm scream in like everything ever since Ben Burt and I guess his friend or his partner in the um, sound stuff uh, thought the Wilhelm scream was hilarious, and so they put it in their student films and stuff, and eventually they put it into Star Wars and other Lucasfilm properties. But anyways, I guess I'm still trying to decide what I'm doing here yet. Um, so we're not going to deal with a teleportation spell, are we? Is that what I'm using? Am I using? Oh, no, I'm using a teleportation spell. I can't conjure anything up long distance. I mean, not that you could pretty much do anything you want. If it's, if it's my story, I could have anything. I could have any kind of spell, any kind of thing happen. But for 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 purposes of this puzzle or this um, little interlude, I'm gonna say that. Thanks, Rook. I'm gonna say that the he can't conjure up anything long the distance, but he can do a clone conjuring, which means you're not actually conjuring up something long distance. You're cloning. It's like a clone and transporter or something of the fact. And so these two spells are what's going to be used to actually send the thing to him. Now, okay, so now I can put it all in one card, all in one room, where it says he, he attempts to teleport to a magic ticket to the candy bar, into the candy bar wrapper, and um, there's some issues here, right? Now in the thing, if he just sends him this ticket, it ends up in the wrapper. So when he opens the candy bar, he pulls out the ticket out of the wrapper. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is if there has to be some work on John's part, then you need a way to communicate that to John, right? So you try to teleport Magic Ticket, and he looks at the thing, and the print says some phrase that he has to say. Well, silver ticket, a ticket's usually tell you where your destination is, you know, who you are, what your destination is, that sort of thing. So maybe the silver ticket has the words, this entitles the bearer to when uh, I don't know how to say it. One round trip to and from your realm or whatever, something like that. Maybe it's marked for Cerulia. Um, yeah, it might have a whole thing on there. This Quicksilver ticket entitles bearer, um, colon, John Thomas to one portal entry into Enchanted Lands, one round trip portal trip. It's not portal trip. Entitles bearer to one portal entrance and one portal exit, or something. So the silver ticket, well, it's going to say where it goes. It's going to say this ticket. Okay, so this is what happens, right? He does a teleportation spell, then sends the ticket to John Thomas, and um, maybe it takes a couple of tries too. And I don't know how it manifests itself in the final game. It might not even be in there at all. It might be totally completely changed, removed, added, switched around, whatever. But maybe for intents and purposes here, um, it says he tries to teleport several times, and it's supposed to be instantaneous. So if it's instantaneous, then he should be able to see in the crystal ball whether or not John had gotten the ticket. Hmm. Pros and cons. Pros and cons. Um, let's see. Let's see. Let me think. 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 Okay. So the process. He. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna make this one be the 0 to quit. Hubert. Let's see. Let me think. I don't know if I even get to anything with the layout tool today, but we'll see if I can get this little part done. If I can get this whole little section area thing done, then maybe. Hubert takes a few hats off of his desk, puts them on, then says the magic words. A silver, a quicksilver ticket, and a few hats off of his desk. Says some magic words. The ticket then disappears. Where as Hubert peers into the gold ball, realizing it didn't work, he sent another one, and let's see something here. Okay. I'm actually gonna put like this part in over here. Like if you wish to use the magic mailbox, um, right. If you hit one, if you wish to use the spell or two to send John the silver ticket, hit two. Okay. Hubert takes the quicksilver ticket and a few hats off his desk, puts them on, says some magic words. The ticket disappears. He repeats, realizing it didn't work, he sends another one. Um, hmm. Realizing it didn't work, he sent another one. And this time, and after seeing John open the wrapper, uh, he sees John Buy his favorite chocolate bar and open it. Seeing there was no ticket inside, then sends another. When it seems to appear in the partially open wrapper. Now, I guess this side we're doing it from Hubert's side, so he's watching this unfold. Um, Further observance shows John reading the fine print on the ticket and realize that he doesn't have the full phrase to open the portal. And this I might have to split up, but we'll try like this. It'll be like a card. Hubert then attempts then rearranges the hats and using another ticket then conjures up a new ticket as ticket materializes in the wrapper as an identical wrapper. Yeah, I'm not really sure here. I have a lot of text in this one. Let's see. Conjures up a new ticket as an identical ticket materializes in the wrapper. And that could be part of the puzzle is figuring out how it works. Okay. As John reads the wrapper, nothing seems happen, and he realizes the clone conjures up a new ticket. John reads the wrapper, nothing seems to happen. He realizes the clone ticket may not have quicksilver in it. Really, it was supposed to be if it's on your person, you get to go through the portals, but in this case, okay. And we'll say hit 1 to continue to Cerulean. There we go. Interesting. I didn't think about it, but this might have to be duplicated. And in fact, it might need to be its own deal here. This is what happens when this comes off, but not when I'm going to need to find a way of detecting where in the viewport this is. And what position you're at, so that when I add a new room, it automatically adds it to the center of wherever you're at. It's going to be the center of the viewport, I think. Okay. Wait, where are we at? 2:37. So I got just under an hour. Okay, so that's right. That's what I gotta do. I gotta do the thing, and let's go ahead and I'm gonna do. Let's see. And what's this one? This is okay. This is Cerulean. Oh, that's right. And I can put these other ones as Cerulean 1 or whatever. So I can actually copy this. Copy. Paste. Okay, so this is Cerulean 2. This is copy here. And honestly, this should be Cerulean underscore 1. And this should be rename underscore rename to Cerulean 1. Okay, Cerulean 1, 003 Cerulean 1. Okay. And I'm going to say root data. And then that way that this one should actually go to door specs Cerulean 1. Say room data, reload, save scene. Yeah. Reload, save scene. Why was Cerulean 1 removed? That's what I want to know. Let's see if the file name is in there. I had some problem before doing this ways instead of doing a new deal. So let's this rooms. Cerulean, Caves of Dragon Mount. Home 8. Home 9. See, this is all correct. Like you do it and like, oops. All right, let's do the one thing then. We're gonna delete all these. Okay. We're gonna save the scene, and we're gonna reload the save scene. Oh! I know what it is. It's a script problem. Of course, it has to do with what I'm loading in here. That's what the problem is. Let's go to load all rooms. And that's not right though. Because Cerulean, the 003 Cerulean, So what's the problem here? Okay, what if I just control S, reload save scene? What in the world is going on here? That node shouldn't be in there like that. That Ganya. Okay, let's go back to 3 then. Reload save scene. What's the error then? I forget what I did. Let's close this and restart it. Okay, it's probably fine then. It has something to do with. Let's see if it's fine though. Yeah, what do you mean doesn't exist in Room's dictionary? It should exist fine in Room's dictionary. I don't get rebuild Room's dictionary. Don't remember what the problem is here. Here's the door, but the destination is missing. What do you mean destination is missing? Should not be missing. Uh, we were at home 9. Let's find Cerulean 1. Inbound is Hebert home 9. I don't remember. I don't remember what I did to fix that. Okay, so your dragon mount doesn't exist because it isn't loaded in. Oh, maybe it's the first break. Maybe that's the problem. Okay. Uh, let's just put the full file name. That. Reload save scene. Right? Serially run. Dragon mount does not exist. Okay, that's the deal. I guess I should kind of realize that it depends on where it was. So it wasn't. It was just the fact that what it did was it starts with 003, and that was the first one, and then it broke after the first one. You know, if I did 004, it would have loaded in Dragon Mount, but then whatever Dragon Mount linked to, it would have a problem with that, which is fine. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so let's go back to 9 here. Actually, let's do something here. 002 Hubert Home 9. Which room 002 Hubert Home 9. Okay, we actually have plenty of room on here. He then rearranges the hats and clone conjures up a new ticket. As an identical ticket materializes in the wrapper. John reads the wrapper, nothing seems to happen. He realizes the clone ticket may not have quicksilver in it. See, I have to modify these words because or the the pages here because what you have here is let me see what was what was I gonna say um I could always do a back and forth where you switch back and forth between John and Hubert. So here he is looking over, and maybe I should do it this ways, where this he's looking over the crystal ball, he's looking over John, and then he sees him, and then the other one is so that when you actually go to Cerulean, he had already gotten the ticket. The other would be showing up at in Cerulean when he shows up at his work. And they both lead to opening a portal. That's not a bad idea. This room has lots of stuff in it, so um, it should be more than one page. But the only thing here is I'm trying to make sure it's consolidated. I'm not doing an extra puzzle. I could do a thing where it says, okay, if you want to do teleport, if you want to do clone conjure, then go here, and then I have to do the opposite, and I have to add a separate of the same card, kind of like I did up there with John and stuff. But I could do it that ways. Um, well, shoot, it's almost 3 o'clock. I mean, I'm gonna be done at 3:30. If I want to do, all right. You know what? Maybe I'll leave it here, and so that way I can work on the layout tool just a little bit. I think that's what I will do. So the one thing is, I'm gonna attempt to do the inheritance thing again, um, so that I don't have duplicate things. If I want to add something to the room, I want to add it to also to the visual room. So I'm gonna attempt to decouple again. Okay, so we're leaving this off for a little while I mess with the scripting stuff. Okay. Um, okay, so what was I gonna do? I still want to decouple, that's right. Decouple. Yeah, I don't want it to be just a mere copy. Let's go to door because door is the easier of the thing to understand because it only has one function. And visual door. I wonder. Floating script editor. Does anybody know if I can take the script editor and uh, open two script editor windows? Okay. Um, it means an editor map wherever there's a door. I do visual door. Kind of, it's actually kind of like what I'm doing right now. I think everything in the editor map is a visual door and visual room. So, visual room, right? create visual room. And so I could just still descend it off of. All right, why don't I go ahead and just make a copy of the whole script folder. Actually, let's go to GitHub and let's go ahead and add all these changes in, because there's a ton of changes. Added lots of things. Visual room doors, new rooms, etc. Commit. Push origin. Because I haven't done that in a while, so that's why I was saying I should do that. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to scripts. Copy. Let's go to dev stuff. Let's go to odds and ends, I think. Create new folder. Scripts. Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. Paste. Okay, so I made a copy. And let's make sure everything's there. Scripts are there and everything's there. Okay, good. Alright, so now I can pretty much screw around with the scripts here. And since Visual Room is using Visual Door anyways because of the way I separated it, now I can go back and build the thing on it. So I can descend it from it, and it should still work fine, I think. I don't know for sure, but we're going to try it. So let's go to Visual Door here, and let's go ahead and do what we said. I'm going to go ahead and, regardless of the fact that this may... Ready out. I'm going to save it. Let's say it's door. Now, create, what we want to do is we want to create to call new door instead of visual door new, we want new door super dot create. Okay. Ident ch test door name not color. That's probably lowercase. Super. So we don't need any of this except for just color. Okay, that's fine. Create new. We'll leave the sprint statement in. Okay, so retrieve visible equals false. That is good. Now, if I'm right here, clear it. Reload save scene. Door 6. Okay. And I can actually, I don't know if I need to do self or not, but we're gonna mark that as self, and we're going to go ahead and reload save scene. Visual room. What's wrong with the visual room here? 76. Valid call to function create. Expected 4 arguments. Why did it expect 4 arguments and not 5? Because I have the 5th in there, so what's the deal here? Oh. I guess I kind of understand what the deal is here. I mean, I guess I kind of understand what's wrong, sort of. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Grok, I guess. Oh. Alright. Okay, so working on the edger map again, trying to decouple, trying to extend door to visual door. Encountering problem. Here's the visual door code. What the heck? No. I didn't know I could do it that way, so that's cool. copy. No, I want to take Control V. There we go. Oh, I get it. I think I kind of see. Create is got to be kind of the same way it was. I'll see what Grok says, but basically, what I understand here is the problem is it's a door. Visual door is a door with the same things. So I call create, and create does the same thing. It's just I don't have those fields, right? Okay, so I think I understand my problem. So basically, visual door is a door. So create should do exactly what doors create function does. It's just I have the extra color field. Is that correct? Understands what I'm saying? Visual sense Dor's create method should perform the same actions as Dora create and add the color property. However, your current visual door issues correctly and works though, but returns a door instance, not a visual door. Is incorrect and likely causes to make visual door work. Create a new instance. Sets inherited properties. Set the color property. Return visual door instance. Okay. Yeah. I know. I. In fact, that's the way I had it. That's the way it was already. Technically. That would be this here. Copy. Yeah. I realized what I had done. Paste. And since it's a static function, it should be new door, not self. And I return the new door. Okay. So, scene, reload save scene, works fine. Okay. Alright, room is going to be a little bit different. And it's going to almost amount to the same thing. Extends room. Already exists. So I don't need an editor map. ID already exists. That's not in there. Label already exists, right? Label. Description. Rooms, door specs. I don't need this. Doors, original ID. Original ID. save that. I'm just going to go ahead and delete these just so I can keep it clean. Okay. Update description label. That was okay. So that was the same as I said the last time, which is this is just one line. It's fine. It can be rewritten however you want to say it. Update the description label. Right. That's fine. Set ID. I don't know if I need set ID. New label, token size, because it already has a set ID. Self.label, new label. Okay. So all of this stuff should be deleted. And that should be deleted. So has node panel. Right? Okay, set ID. Let's see. Let me see something here. Right, room, set ID. Set ID is here, right? Yeah. I could call super, couldn't I? Should I call super instead? I think I should call super instead. We're gonna try that. Super dot set ID. New ID. Right, that's how that works. That's how it would work. Yes. Now, update description label is only exclusive to visual room, not actual room. Okay. And then that's how we should do this. Actually, I don't need to do that with this because it's just a single line, so it's just rewriting it, and that's okay. Date name label, which is fine. Now load data from JSON. Things should be the same. Reload save scene. Okay. Okay, this is the whole color thing, right? So in all honesty, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and here. Okay, that works. So now I'm dealing with the load from JSON function. We'll get 2 minutes. So that works. So now I'm dealing with the load from JSON function where I want it to use rooms load function. From what I can tell, and I should know it since it's a code, but I'm not 100% sure. Um, the only thing added to the visual door is the color setting. I could probably call super dot that load data JSON, and then set the door colors after the fact, correct? Stop. Okay. Here's the current visual door load data JSON function. V. Okay. I just stopped the response before it actually responded, and then I add this on, and hopefully it'll be able to do it. Should be able to do it fine though. Hopefully, if I haven't hit the wall. Compared to door, and you're considering calling. Oh, that's right. Fix explanation. Call to execute rooms load sets the original create doors. Override the door creation by clearing the doors array and recreating them as visual door instances with colors. Keep the rest of the logic door specs intact. Okay. I have that as a bool. Was that a bool? It was a bool. Okay, that's fine. If not, return false. Clear doors created by room. They're door, not visual door. Or door indoors. Remove child door key free. Doors clear. Recreate the doors visual door with colors. Um, Um, hmm. I don't need you to provide any code, but maybe I should rewrite the room classes. Um, Load data from JSON and let's see. To call a special door creation function, and then in the visual rooms load data function, I'm not sure. Well, it's almost time for me to go, though. Hmm. I don't know. I have to think of a better way of doing the code here. Um, I guess I should probably quit here, but I'm kind of don't like being stuck in the middle here, but hmm. Okay, so the room class, I guess, should have a load JSON data. So the JSON data, the JSON string, or whatever. Let's see, JSON data. Let's see what JSON data is first. JSON data is parse string, so it's gonna get the whole string, right? Now I can load data from JSON. Hmm. Okay, so I could have the JSON data in a variable, in a class variable. That's fine. Doors. All we're doing is setting a new. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how to make it kind of modular. Okay, we have the JSON data, and it has JSON data to it. Okay, and then the next thing is, in the sense that we don't necessarily want it to create doors themselves. We want it to create visual doors. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking basically. Um, Darn it. Okay, so load. The only extra thing that Visual Doors does is add a color to it, I think. New door is Visual Door create, or new door is door.create. If I call the dealie, it creates the visual doors, and I want it not to do that. I'll have to give it some more thought, I guess. I guess I should just quit. I'll have to take this back up with you tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess I should do my recording thing here. Okay. Start recording. Today's Tuesday, May 27, 2025. Today today I added a couple more rooms, rearranged a few things, renamed a few things. And from yesterday, I figured out that he's going to do a two spell kind of solution thing where two spell solution. That sounds dumb. Like two state solution. No. Uh, that thing with dual spells in it. Where Hubert tries to teleport a ticket and it only partly shows up with the John, and then he does a clone conjuring, which basically makes a clone, and the clone isn't working, so he has to take the partial ticket and read what's on the clone ticket before he can get in there. And so I just made these extra rooms, Cerulean 1, which are exactly the same right now, which will be slightly different. I renumber these. Instead of being 5, this is 7 now, and then 8, which doesn't have anything attached to it, 9 here. And then what I did is I started re-decoupling the room and door nodes. The visual door now descends off of door, and visual room is going to descend off of room later too, but I've got to figure that out. So that's pretty much what I did for today. Okay, well, thanks, Rook, for being around, and thanks for anybody that happens to watch, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.